Good afternoon. Happy Father's Day to those out there and those that are the ones that many look to as a father figure. Happy Father's Day. Kind of snuck up on us this year. I feel like it's always a week later. But anyway, hey, welcome aboard. Um, oh, I know why that came up. I'm trying to figure out why this message came up. I gotta do something here real quick. Hang on. Turn that off. That's why. That, by the way, for those of you on Twitch, the 35% off, 5 people gifted. That no longer. That ended last night at 10 o'clock. And I just totally missed that. But anyway, yeah, that was a great deal. But anyway, today, we're doing some Sim Air Force flying. We're going to use an airplane we haven't in a while. The 747-200 from Felis. Now, we have not gone all the way and decked it out to look like an E4A or B. I'll be totally honest, I'm a little skittish to go in and make those changes. Yeah, I know you can save the airplane and then go on the other airplane and make all your changes, but I kind of like it just like this. I get what the changes are, like the nose air refueling probe up in the front, and the enhanced communications and all on the top. But it still looks good this way, and we're gonna try something today. Got a feeling I'm gonna have to. Well, we'll see. We tried this once before with the level up. Oh, we failed miserably at trying to do a training sortie. Yeah, that just ended up wild. This could be just as interesting. However, the flight plan is set up to where it should work as long as those rubber things don't touch the ground. I hope. So, anyway, we're in McConnell Air Force Base, Wichita, Kansas. We're going to head over to Scott Air Force Base, east side of St. Louis. Hopefully, be able to shoot a couple ILSs and then continue to Offutt and terminate there. That's the goal. We may end up landing at Mid America, resetting, then going on. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how this transpires out. We have not had very much good luck when it comes to these flights. So, yeah, well, we figured we'd give one that isn't so sophisticated, if you will. Is that the right word on the FMS? We're using the default. So, and I know it was an INS airplane. I know. Just not going to go down that road. Swore it off many years ago, and I'm keeping to that oath. So, and it's not Felis that needs to worry about it. It's just what came across, and I just don't want to go through that again. So, all right. So for Father's Day, we're taking off from McConnell Air Force Base, headed to Mid America, Scott Air Force Base, and then up to Offutt. And for a moment, can we put the prayers of Israel in and on our heart? Yes, I know the preemptive strike was their part, uh, and just prayers for them. Okay, so and we're not going to deal with any of what's going on in the Middle East right now. Don't want to hear comments. If I do, there'll be a quick ban. So, a lot going on, I know, abroad. But, keep the area in your prayers. Wow. So, anyway, so we are in the E3A. Really have to go back in and try to decipher what was the difference between the A model and the B model, because they're the same airplane. I don't know. You all want to chime in the chat? Love to hear you. Nickname Doomsday? I don't know about that. It's actually the Flying Command Post. During the Cold War, flew always in the air, either this newer variant or its counterpart, the KC-137, 707-300, something like that. It wasn't a KC-135. So, and to some people, we actually had one flying in the area a couple days ago here. It's not Air Force One. Sorry. So, anyway, we are going to have some fun with this plane. I really hope I can fly this the way I want. So, without further ado, let's skidoo up into the cockpit. And yes, my nose is still on overdrive, so pardon me if I do sniffle in your ears. Okay, so I'll just go from this view. 747-200 in the Air Force. This is an E4 A or B, and again, I don't know how you delineate the two visually or interiorly. I don't know. But anyway, so let's get ready, shall we? Okay, so you got the captain, commander, you got the first officer sitting on the left, or on the right, sorry, and then the man that does it all for everybody's comfort and everything else, the flight engineer. He has all of this to worry about. And sometimes there is a lot to worry about. So, and sometimes it's not as bad. But nonetheless, it can be a very busy station. So let's get to work here. All right, so when you come into Felis, and by the way, this is a phenomenal aircraft. Here's how you can get your paws on it. Head over there to the store at xplane.org. Just look for the 747-200 or click the link here. Also, if you're on one of the streams or something, !742 will get you the same information, so that way you know how to get a hold of it. It's a great airplane. Really well done aircraft. You have the ability to fly it with INS, LTV, which I think was the next generation INS before FMCs. And yes, some of these aircraft actually did get outfitted with FMCs. So as they began to transition towards the almighty 400s that really took the stage. Like the 200 took the stage after the initial releases, the 400 came in and kind of played cleanup, and just, wow, they did a great job with that plane. And then the Dash 8 hit the market pretty much as a swan song, because that's pretty much when the 7.4s were kind of on the way out, compliments of better two-engine fuel economy and all of that. 777s kind of helped kick them, but then the 787 and the A330, A350s kind of helped bring it home. So to where, yeah, they're just so fuel inefficient. Cargo, however, they're still a force to be reckoned with there, just like DMD-11s were. All right, so let's get to work. So when you get in this plane, in order, and it's your call, if you want to hear when you click add chocks, I forget what it is, and connect GPU and AC. If you want to hear the crew members say that, you have to turn the battery on. Kind of zoom here. It's kind of in the center, and then standby to normal. Once you do that, you'll be able to hear them. However, one thing you do need to know, in order to open the cargo forward aft bulk, you have to have GPU on. Hey, Kaharia, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Raiders, welcome aboard. Thank you so much. You're here with Flying with Mike. I've been in the flight simming world for about 25, 26 years or so. And glad to have you. Been streaming since 2020. Huh. Seems like a lot of us have been streaming since 2020. But Kaharia, thank you so much for that raid. Feel free to lurk about, watch. We are about to try a training mission again at Sim Air Force. And if you're interested in Sim Air Force, I'll have a link coming up here shortly. But getting back into the flight. But again, thank you, Kaharia, so much for the follow. Hang on a second. Oh, dang it. I've been doing things a different way for so long. I've gotten into that habit. There we go. Yeah, check out Kaharia. I just gave you a link to her. She has to run, but we do appreciate the kindness and the raid. Thank you so much. All right. So once you get the GPU and the or just the GPU established, you will no longer see the words no power, and then you can open them up. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open the L1 door just so when you look at it, it looks cool. There just won't be a ladder up to it. That's fine by me. All right, so once you have this established, just come back over to here and on the ends here, turn them on. All right, so let's go through, get this plane up and going. Now, one other thing I do accomplish, let's do it that way, sounds better. I turn my essentials and my number 2 radio master bus, upper right-hand corner, on. Align my INS, no matter if you're on FMS or INS. Do this process. Otherwise, you feel the scorn of whoever's reading off the checklist. Okay, and then I go ahead, wheel fire check. And if you do the test here, just hold the button. Needle will move twice, call it done. Okay, and then you're good to go here. Other things you could do, arm your body gear, turn your anti-skid on, and lights, logo, navs, and your cockpit lighting, as you wish. All right, from there on, you're good to go. Also, no smoking and fasten seatbelts, I turn on as well. So now, anything in the upper panel, in the panels you go through that say the word test, if you're going to use the checklists, click on them because they're really in the checklists. All right. And we're going to go through this kind of rapid fire. So if I don't, bear with me as we go through this. Okay. Get the galley power on. Trim airs on. All right. Now, to check the engine fire, what I recommend, just come to the wall back here with the circuits. Turn your view towards the overhead of the panel. Those 4 red handles are your T handles you're checking here. First one's fire detection, second one's overheat. Okay, and then you got one more for cargo. Okay, and then I'll just switch back to my normal view. Did I get all the tests? Yes. Okay. And like I say, if it says test, test it. Now, for your brake checks, your brake temperature checks for, if you're going to have the heat detectors detecting right, click test, and then just go through each of the 4 buttons here, checking left rear, left front, right front. We're just making sure it goes all the way up. Okay, so the sensor appears to be working. Your anti-skids and all are working, and then just go through your gears. These are your landing gear doors. Now, some of the doors are indeed open. Okay. Good. All the ADPs are off. Everything's set in the middle for now. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, folks. Got you going every which way but loose there. All right, so we're back here. Now, the fuel panel. This gets fun. Okay, fuel reset. Gauge check. Sometimes it goes pretty fast, so, kind of be on your P's and Q's with it. Okay, now we're going to check our boost pumps. Okay, and our cross feeds. My bad. All right, now this is going to change. Going to have to do some figuring out here a little. Okay, so that's reset. Let's make sure all of our clocks are good. Okay, so that is, well, one more check I should have done. Check our engines, and our panel lights are set. Okay, and we're good to go. Now, let's do the upper panel, and then we'll talk the flight. All right, so we've already done a lot of this. We'll just come down, anti-skids on. Body gear steering, that's your main landing gear under the wings, those four struts. The inner two will pivot to help you turn corners tighter. It's a big deal back in the day when this plane came out. Most airports could not handle it to what you see today. They had to go in, beef up the runways for weights. You're talking an 800,000-pound plane taking off. Could be as much as 600,000 pounds hitting that runway. Most of those runways were not set up for that, so they had to actually go in, beef them up by one, probably adding a runway to start with, then come back, beef the other one up. So a lot happened when this plane came into the airlines. So, and that helped get them around the turns. Now you got the expanded taxiway intersections and all of that. Okay, we did the wheel fire. We did the tests. We're all good here. On. We've got the door set for open. Coming down here, same thing. Everything's set. By the way, the CellCal and HF high frequency radios, they're modeled only to eye candy. They do not work. Okay, we already talked. The radio masters are on. The word test. No tests for the engines. Test for the wing. Okay, and then turn the power on here and we'll do a test of the windshield heat. Looks good. Power on. Whoop. Guard down and get the other two on. We can turn the power off. Guess what? All that power is just to give you power to see are they working or not. All right, one thing we didn't do over at the flight engineer panel, we'll do here, then do there. And that's check all the bulbs. Okay, everything's looking good. Come down here in the middle, kind of scoot over, everything good. Down, everything looks good. Good. All right. Believe it or not, I forgot to do it, and I actually told myself do it. There. All right. So we'll come up, and basically we're making sure all the panel lights here light up. It's actually a checklist item if, again, you use it. Okay, so everything is back to the way nav and logo's on. Everything's good here. All right, now this is where a lot of fun happens. A lot of tests, but it's kind of, I like this panel, this testing. All right, so first set your panel, radio nav or radio INS. Very similar to your nav GPS, you know, guys that fly those general aviation aircraft. You see that a lot? Yeah, that's pretty much what that is, except you don't have to put it in INS with the FMSs. I do think you have to with the INS systems. All right, find the, wherever you're at, find your ILS frequency and put it in your VHF nav. We'll put it over here in a minute, but for now, put it here. We're going to do what's called an up, glide slope up, localizer test to the left. So this should swing. Okay, and there's the up, there's the left. Now the down right check. Yes, we'll get the down, but it may not move much. That's fine, if at all. The artificial horizon didn't move, but the HSI right below it did. Perfect. Then I take it off that frequency, and then I go over here real quick. Well, there we go. And then I do my flight director looks good, and everything's off. For now, we'll set 190. Leave these as is for now. On heading, vertical speed. Nice thing about this, it tells you what your unit is. Like if you're 1,000 feet per minute, 2,000, you can see that on the side. It's 0, off, off, flight director check, good. And another up, left, down, right. Same thing, we're just checking this gauge now. Okay, everything looks good, down right. It's down right, good. All right, so we're good to go. A radio INS, all right. So let's go all the way over, and we're just going to begin to check everything to make sure they're right. The airspeed bugs will be set shortly, just they're not right now. Okay, test, good. Okay. Huh. There it is. One more check, hang on. Okay, moving on, got our altimeter set. We'll check our radar altimeter here in a minute. Push to test 1, 2, ILS outer, inner, middle. our outer, middle, inner, and radar. Now this will only sound on the pilot side. It's weird, I know. Okay, everything looks good. Hang on, first officer's in the house. All right, guys, sorry about that, guys and gals. Had to say hello to the first officer. All right, we're good to go there. Get that off, get that off. Max indicator checked. All right, one of my two favorites coming up. And I'm just going to set 5,000 for now. The next one will never hear on Flying with Mike. Honestly, you will never hear this.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Yeah, I know. I just pushed the nose in. Pinocchio here. Anyway, radio ratio, or rudder ratio, just a light that lights up over here. And then we kind of check, make sure the gear's down, indicated correctly. And I think that's all we got. All right, and we go the first officer, same way. Gauges are a little different. Okay. The altimeter sets with what you set over there. Now, remember I told you the test will only go audible here on the radar altimeter. And then your ILS check. Everything else looks good. Right now, no hydraulics. We're going to go ahead, put some hydraulics to the plane, and then come back and look, and the gauge is coming up. Okay, working across. We'll set our range to 40 on the TCAS. We'll keep it normal. Drop down, start warming up the CRT for the radar. Radar itself is not turned on. It's just the screens need to be warmed up. Working across, everything's set. We'll get to the FMCs in a minute. And that one's lit. Okay, speed brake is retracted down, flaps up. Hello, is you coming for some treasures? She wants treasures. All right. So the flaps are up and they show 0 and 0. Trim will set later. Fuel cutoff and parking brake is set. Now down below here, let's get our frequencies. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put 22.8 here. And just to see CTAF here, 127.5. Okay. Oh, I did something. There we go. Click over. All right, we're not online yet, so that's okay. And then everything else is set. Exponder, GA, standby on the radar, everything else good to go. So are we. And let's get over here. Before we get into loading the airplane, let's take a look at this, because like I said, this is going to be an interesting run. Okay. All right, so Sim Toolkit. It's what we like to pre-flight with just because it's easy, very nice, easy to read. So we're going from Wichita here at McConnell over here to St. Louis, Mid-America. Actually, it's right out in here somewhere. Okay. Um, and then back to Offutt. So that's what it looks like. Here's our loadout. And just don't pay attention. We're not loading 388 people. But we are going to fly this route. We are going to go 19 left. I think the 32s will be in use at Mid-America, Scott Air Force Base. Not 100% sure. But we'll be using, my hope is 32 right. So we're going to plan a cruise to 37,000 over to Scott, and then we'll descend down. Now I may back that number down. I haven't decided that yet because I really got to come up with the fuel numbers, because we're gonna, if we shoot a couple of approaches, we're gonna need extra fuel. All right, so right now I'm going to plan about 190 people on board, which by the way is pretty close to the complement there. All right, so the weather here, 160 at 6 for the winds. We got 10 miles of visibility and just some scattered clouds up through 19,000. 79 degrees here. It's been for St. Louis, really, we have yet to touch 90. Although that is coming, I've heard, probably this week. But it's not here yet, so we don't know. What a summer we've had. Boy, has it prolonged the allergies, though. Over at Offutt, now I can't show Mid-America's weather on this screen, but I can tell you at Offutt, our destination, it's actually 84 degrees. Northeast, a wind at 6, 11, no wait, southeast, or call it east, 110 at 6. And like I said, it's right at about 84 degrees. Now, along the way to Scott Air Force Base, we do have some storms to worry about. I'm getting our flight plan put up and in. I've got this big fear that we're going to have to do 2 flight plans. We'll see. Currently, I'm going to go with what we have. Hang on a second. What did I call this before? Okay. All right, hang on here, folks. I'm just putting in my call. Okay. 742, that all looks good. Okay. All right. And let me get my nav info in here. And last but not least, the remarks we need. Okay, hopefully this will work. I'm going to connect. Oh, we may have a controller up. How about that? I did not pay a whole lot of attention here on. Oh, we do. And he'll probably go right down going, oh my gosh. All right. Well, we're on. Kansas City Center is up. Let me see who it is. Oh, okay. No idea. They just put in their ID number. Okay, so let's go through here. Okay, now you know we opened the doors here. So make sure you have your cargo bulk, all of those open, and your front door. Now, load calculator is just that. Refuel is how you'll actually fuel the plane. Payload is how you'll actually load people and cargo. All right. So that's how that works. We'll get down here to performance calculations in a moment. So load calculator, I'm going to go, what are we at here number wise? Go 50%. I like 50%. Matter of fact, I like that number, 190. Cargo wise, yeah, we'll preset it. We'll preset to that. That's cool. And usually these planes will have stores under their in the belly. So if they get somewhere and they break, they don't necessarily have to call for, now of course if it's an engine issue or that, they'll have to have AMC bring them an engine. But beyond that, they can do a lot of stuff on their own. Plus there's other things in those bays I don't even really know. All right, so here's where it gets kind of fun. Today's flight is 723 miles. That's Wichita to Scott to Offutt. Okay. So I am going to put in 750 miles. That'll cover that. And we're going to go to 37. Overall, they're calling us with a tailwind, but then it would be reversed going to Omaha. So let's do this. Okay, so right now our fuel is 54,000. If I go there, let's do it that way. That gets us more. Alternate is Kansas City. Here we come. At 125 miles. All right, I'm going to put on 10%. Where are we on fuel? Okay, I am going to actually bump us up to 20. I'm going to keep it at the 1,000. I should have just left it. That's going to give us about 26 extra 1,000 pounds to work with there at Scott Air Force Base. 190 people. That all looks good. And we'll show the load sheet for those that like to see it. All right, now let's go to the pages. What I do here, first, load sheet. We're going to have to drain that much. It's going to take time. So I instant refuel, and we're at our number. Payload. Now you can do the same thing. You can instant or you can real world it. I'm going to real world that because we still, oh, yeah, duh. Always click use load data sheet. I forgot that myself. 11 crew, K load and load. All right, and they're going to do that while we proceed over to the FMS. Get this taken care of real quick. IAB to Offutt. All right, now we're currently planning 19 left. Out to ROKNE, then over to KOOP, DIXEE, and on to approach. Okay. All right, now let's go to legs real quick. Make sure there's BLV. Okay, we're gonna have to add some, just so you know. But first, let's take care of our departure. 19 left, no SIDS. Now, here comes the fun part. Yeah, we don't have charts quickly able to get us where we need to here. And I do think we are going to get, let's see, 1-4. Probably are going to come in 3 2s. Okay, we'll hope for the best here. Cool. Now I've got things set up. All right. Hey, that'll work better. Cool. So for the DIXEE 3 arrival, let's put in Evans, EV, V, November Sierra. Next, ESAR. And then Holt. Not to say they may have a difference of opinion here. Okay, KOOP, DIXEE, Evans, ESAR, Holt, BLV. Oh boy. Oh, okay, we got to put in our case. So Wonder if they're going to run us out via Hallsville. Well, we'll figure that up if we have to. So we're set up. Vectors to the airport, departure, arrival, Offutt. Currently, Offutt is set up with runway 13. Is that a good? That's actually looking pretty good. Okay. So let's hang on, go here, plan the ILS. No. There we go. All right, then we'll take MARWI, fly to Omaha, and then loop in the Jambo. Okay, got it. All right, so we're going to fly the ILS 13 via MARWI. Oh, MARWI. Okay. Execute. Legs. Okay, so MC to MARWI to vectors. Okay, looks like our vectors could be bringing us around the other way. Okay, we'll show you all of this. I'm just making sure everything's loaded right. And missed approach. Tighten. Cool. All right, so we got all of this loaded. Transition 37,000. Okay. Now I know y'all are going, what the heck were you talking about? Well, I'm going to bring in charts real quick here, and then we're going to get going. All right, so let's start with our departure. Okay, down here to ROKNE. First off, we're going to probably taxi to Alpha, to Bravo, and which runway? 19 left. So the first runway is 12,000 feet long. Okay. No departure SID, so we're just straight to ROKNE, and then on our route, which is DOSA, BUM, SCAT, Elsto, come on, KOOP, DIXEE, and we're going to plan at least one ILS to a missed approach, maybe two. And then hopefully be able to rejoin to Macon, and then MARWI, and then our ILS into Offutt for final. Okay, that's our game plan. As we look at it over here, no discontinuities, runway 13, and tighten. Good. All right. VNAV is set up so we have our target of 37,000, and we're ready to finalize the loadout. Okay, now at Mid-America, we're going to come in on the DIXEE 3, DIXEE, Evans, ESAR, Holt, vector for the far runway to the east to a missed approach. At least one. I'd like to get two, but we'll see how things work out. And then we'll loop around for the second one, and then off to Macon. Might go via St. Louis. We'll see what our clearance comes in from Clarence. And then up to MARWI, and then we'll work ourselves in. Up here, The MARWI approach, very simple, just come into MARWI. And then a 280 off of it. That's why I'm thinking we're going to make a right pattern into Offutt. And the ILS looks like this. Jambo, Dote, runway. Okay. Dote, 2,800 feet. Decision altitude 250 AGL or 1,300 MSL. All right. So pretty simple. Everything looks good weather-wise. So we should be able to pull this off, hopefully. That's my game plan anyway. And I think we'll take a look over here how we looking. 190 people on, 30,000 pounds of cargo. We're ready to go via this. Go ahead and close up the main door. Do our performance calculation, load sheet. And looking at 12,000 foot long runway. Elevation here, 1370. Let's go 1400 on a heading of 190. Dry temperature 27. Wow, that seems warmer than what it told us. 81 degrees. Wow. $27 and currently now showing 30.04. All right, winds 160 at 5. Okay, set the bugs. 124 is V1, 131, rotate 148 V2. There's our flap cleanup speeds, 10, 5. We're flaps 10 for departure. Stape trim will be at 3. Initial pitch up 18 at 1,000. We'll level off to build speed. Above 10,000 feet, we'll hit 300 knots. And we need at least 6,500 feet for takeoff. Plenty of room for us. We'll hit this for both our approaches into Mid-America as well as Offutt. I hope it'll work. Otherwise, we'll just go with what we get. All right. Okay. So one more time, set. Let me just kind of glance over. Bugs are now set. We're set. Ready to go. All right, well, we don't have to worry about common traffic. Let's get on 125.725. All right. Flying runway heading. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you. Hope to see you on future flights. Kansas City Center, Sim Air Force 18 at McConnell. Request clearance as filed to Offutt.
Sim Air Force 18 KC Center. Good afternoon. You're cleared to Kilo Oscar Foxtrot Foxtrot. Your radar vector is ROKNE, then as filed. Maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 370, 10 minutes after departure. Departure with me, squawk 24.
All right, all we got on the squawk was 24.
Sim Air Force 18, roger. You're cleared to Kilo Oscar, Foxtrot, Foxtrot, via radar vectors ROKNE, and then as filed. Maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 370 10 minutes after departure. Departure this frequency, squawk 7424.
Okay, now we're good. Okay, Sim Air Force 18 cleared, Offutt as filed, ROKNE, I believe it's called, first fix, then on as filed. 5,000 initially, 10 minutes after, 37,000. 7424 will be in the box and we're ready to start up.
Sim Air Force 1A, just verify it's radar vectors, ROKNE, and then as filed. Rest of your read back correct. Starts your discretion, advise ready for taxi.
My bad, radar vectors to ROKNE, and we're cleared to start. Reach 18, thanks. Correction, Sim Air Force 18.
Sim Air Force 18, rebank correct. Advise ready to taxi. The McConnell altimeter, let's see here, 3004.
Copy the altimeter 3004, Sim Air Force 18.
JetBlue 190, Indy offline, radar services terminated, for exchange proof, we'll see ya. Frequency change proof, JetBlue 190, thanks, so this is ya. United 1135, KC Center, you up?
All right, now we're going to go ahead and run the checklists.
355, area of light to occasional extreme precipitation, 12 o'clock. 30 miles, area extends 100 miles along your route of flight. Moving eastbound, tops reported at flight level 280. Advise if you need a course deviation.
Before start checklist, please.
Roger, weather's the front. I'm flying 2020, so the weather doesn't really like me anyway, so blue advice. No, 255.
Sounds good.
Radios. On and check.
Oh, okay. You're my center controller. Okay.
I would love to find a simulator that actually matches what you guys report for weather. It'd be a lot of fun.
One day they'll have it for us.
Oh,
Center United 1135 with you
Check
passing
in
flight
now.
level 280 for 350.
Compasses.
United 1135 KC Center, hello, I
Saved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check.
United 1135 for
Flight
contact,
instruments.
60 miles east of Spinner.
Check.
Climb and maintain flight level
Altimeters and
350.
clocks. 1, 0, 1, 7. Set and cross check.
United
Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder.
Turkish 191, contact Memphis Center
Standby.
132.55.
Indicator lights.
132.55,
Engine and wing
Turkish
anti-ice.
181, thanks for service.
Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Damn. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, I'm going to get the ACARS system running for Sim Air Force. And by the way, saw we had a follow. M. Horan, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Hope to see you on future flights as well. And I had a feeling that was coming. I got to log into it. I hate when I got to do these things. This way I know for sure they won't gig me for in-flight fueling, even though military planes can do it. All right, and log in. And let me just double check. Dashboard over at Sim Air Force. All right, all right.
American 144, contact Memphis Center 132.55, LCI.
Over to Memphis Center, American 144.
All right, got that all up and running. Let's do it. Last one.
Battery on. APU panel.
Oh.
Check.
American 1323,
Auxiliary
KC
power.
Center, you up?
Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 95383
3503,
pounds.
KC Center, you up?
Fuel panel. Let's see.
Did you call for Southwest 3590 or 59?
Southwest 3559, negative.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Let's see.
KC Center, Southwest 1048.
Southwest
Check
1048,
and
KC
set.
Center.
Can we go off frequency
Hydraulic
for a few
quantity.
minutes, or you need us to disconnect?
Check. EPR
Southwest 1048,
computer.
that's approved. Just report back.
Go around.
Will do, thank you, Southwest
Circuit
1048.
breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and
Kansas
set.
City Center, good afternoon. American
Fuel
1323,
jettison
flight
panel.
level 360.
Check. Full
American
oxygen.
1323, KC Center, hello,
On.
Agent.
Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off.
Ident 1323.
ADPs off. Checklist completed.
Let's get her started. All right. Hang on a second here. Let's make sure
American
everything.
1323 to contact 50 miles northeast of Spinner at 5L360. Welcome.
Okay. Let's go over here.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Ground power disconnected.
Cool. I like doing that because sometimes I'll forget. And before I do that, before you pull the chocks, always make sure the parking brake at least is on.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Okay, let's beacon. Start valve.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start. Chocks removed.
Here we go.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Indianapolis offline. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see ya.
Over to Unicom. See ya.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
All right, we are getting them going here, folks. And progress.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
We're just doing them one at a time. Flying runway head. Thanks for flying, by the way. Appreciate you choosing
20% and
ZK.
2.
Oh, yeah, no problem, sir.
Fuel on. Light up.
Appreciate you. We appreciate you being there, sir. I hope we're not too complicated on you today.
Sun Country 503, KC Center, you up?
Starter off.
Sun Country 503.
One to go.
Sun Country 503, KC Center, hello, ident.
Identing 503.
Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Sun Country 503 to contact 50 miles north of Manhattan at flight level 340, welcome.
%, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, we're lit up here. Let's go ahead and get that because we're going to have to set 3 on the trim. Like I said, I'm really hoping I can make this work. We failed miserably on our first attempt a couple days, might have been a couple weeks ago with the C-40. So we'll see if this airplane, not as complex FMC, hopefully we can pull it off. All right, all the engines are up and running.
Noble 355, Springfield altimeter 3004.
3004, 355.
Okay, those are on. Bleed off. Let's get the crew being happier with me. Okay, let's get over here, look at our after start checks real quick. Okay, flight recorder, start switches off, pressure checked, anti-ice, and electrical panel just set, pack valves open, door warning lights out, hydraulic. Let's check it all out. All right, hydraulics. Fuel panel looks good. Do we have any doors open? No. But we always do an exterior check. And packs. Okay, one last thing I do want to do. On, and close. Here we go.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Go right into it.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps.
Hold on.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs. Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Let's see. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
And Kansas City Center, Sim Air Force 18 Heavy, ready to taxi, 19 left.
Sim Air Force 18 Heavy, runway 19 left, taxi via Alpha.
Roger, via Alpha, Sim Air Force 18 Heavy, thanks. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to start the timer over here.
American 2582, KC Center, you up?
Parking brake released.
United 798, Indy offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approvals, yeah.
Frequency change approved for United 798. Have a good one.
You too, let's yeah.
Kansas City Center, American 2582 is with you, flight level 33.5, going for 35.
American 2582, KC Center, hello, ident. American 2582, thanks for the contact, 55 miles northeast of Hayes. Climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Flight level 350, American 2582, thanks.
All right. Flight start, packs, boosts, ready.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
And that's where we'll hold it.
KC Center, Southwest 1048, back up if I didn't check it.
Southwest 1048, KC Center, welcome back. Thank you.
And KC Center, some Air Force 18 will be ready to go at the hold line.
Same Air Force 18, roger. Advise you have the weather for McConnell.
I'll double check. I didn't see an ATIS, but we'll look.
Yeah, so that USA policy is we're only allowed to put up 4 ATISes, and I don't have one for McConnell. Just advise that you check the METAR for me.
Yes, sir. We do have the METAR. We've checked it a couple times getting set up here.
Same Air Force 18, roger. The wind 160 at 5, fly runway heading, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, cleared for takeoff, 19 left, some Air Force 18 heavy.
As a C Center, American 2049, 38,000. American 2049, KC Center, hello.
Disarm.
Back valves. Wait. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On.
Clear for
Cross
takeoff.
feed
Here we go.
valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed. Stabilized.
Kansas City Center, Sun Country 503. We'll be stepping away for about 7-10 minutes. We'll be back in a bit. Sun Country 503, roger. That's free for
Cross set.
you.
80 knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
Same Air Force 18, ready to contact, say altitude.
Sim Air Force 18 passing 3,300 for 5,000.
Same Air Force 18, roger. Climb and maintain flight level 370.
Continuing to flight level 370, Sim Air Force 18.
clear direct ROKNE.
Cleared direct ROKNE for Sim Air Force 18.
United 1135, contact Memphis Center on 132.55.
Flaps 5.
One three two five five. Thank you.
Flaps up.
Okay, not a lot goes on after takeoff. Just not a lot, you know, we'll go through it here in a second, but it's
Southwest 331, KC
very
Center,
intensive on what we got to do. All right, we're just waiting for it to line up here.
Kansas City Center, good afternoon, Director 115 with you at level 380.
And I like to try to keep the heading close to what I'm doing in case something botched.
Kansas City Center, Sun Country 503 is back in the cockpit.
And that way I can click it to heading
10,000.
and put us on. And now we go up to 300.
Kansas City Center, good afternoon, Rexair 115 with you at level 380. Rexair 115, KC Center, hello.
All right, so there you have it. We are now en route, leg 1 to Scott Air Force Base.
Kansas City, good afternoon, Southwest 1105, Sierra 2, ready for taxi with Victor. Southwest 1105, runway 19 left, taxi via Delta Echo. That's right, left side, 1915 Delta Echo, Southwest 1105. On Southwest 1105, I see you're coming out at Sierra 2 there, runway 19 left, taxi via Bravo Delta Echo. That's okay, we can make Delta 2 Echo to 19 left. Roger.
Okay, now you're probably wondering,
KC Center, you up?
why haven't I run the after takeoff checks? Well, because you'll see as we get to them, they only make sense after 10,000.
23, correct, RNet.
After takeoff checklist. Gear lever. Off.
Actually, American,
Landing and logo lights.
Let's do this. Twitter, Fort Smith,
Hold on.
Foxtrot, Sierra Mike.
Off. Ignition. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, and here we go. Off on an interesting excursion.
American 1323, KC Center.
Okay, 14,000.
American 1323, KC Center.
14,700 and going for 37. I think we can definitely do that.
Or is that American 1578?
Negative. American 1323, KC Center.
Is he the one who requested to step away?
Negative.
All right, so we are currently approaching transition level. All that means is we set our altimeters to standard.
American 1323 at a contact loss, 1855 Zulu and 1/2.
Here we go, turning on course, direct bum, direct coupe, and then onto the, well, we'll be hopefully into our descent by DIXEE because we got to be at 13,000 feet. So, all right, we're going to line up here. We're going to take a look at this arrival. And,
Tim Airport is 1A for traffic. Maintain flight level 350 off higher per in about 40 miles.
all right, we'll hold up at 35, flight level 350, Sim Air Force 18. All right, we've got our altitude now for 350. All right, check the weather up ahead. Oh, looks like that weather may miss. Well, they may get a couple sprinkles. My daughters and wife are going swimming at the sister-in-law's house, allowing me some time to flight sim. So,
Southwest 1105, 100 left, ready for departure. Southwest 1105, the wind, 130 at 8, fly runway heading, runway 19 your left, clear for takeoff. Runway 19 left, clear for takeoff, runway heading, Southwest 1105.
all right, not much we can do. She's doing pretty good at 2,000 feet a minute at our 300, and we'll just keep rolling on up. But again, thanks for being a part. If you're new to the channel, hey, we'd love to have you follow along. Just click that follow button. If you're happening to watch this replayed on YouTube later, love for you to smash that subscribe and thumbs up to let us know you're there. And if you have any comments live, you can put it right here in Twitch. If you're watching us on YouTube, like I said, replayed, you can put them in the comments. I do get them and I do read them and try to reply to each one of them. So ahead of time, thanks. All right, we're 12 minutes into the flight, and from
Southwest 331, KC
initial
Center, you up?
tax, let's see if I can't swing this. Let's do that. Now we should.
Southwest 1105, radar contact.
17 minutes since we
Southwest
started
1105,
taxi.
1,700, climbing 10,000, runway
That
80.
contrail must be
Southwest
something
1105, Roger, climb and maintain
ahead
flight
of.
level 390.
390, Southwest 1105.
Must be what we're easing up on. So again, hope you all enjoy the flight. Hopefully it all comes together like I hope it does, and fun for you to watch, fun for me to fly. Hey, I am sure Kansas City would love traffic. Find an airport, come on up and join us. We're headed to KBLV. And our controller, fly runway.
20, traffic now factor, climb and maintain flight level 370.
And Sim Air Force 18 Heavy up to flight level 370. There we go. And our controller, flying runway heading, who followed us today, saying it's very dead. It does. Kansas City does seem to be lighter on the traffic.
Direct Napoleon, Southwest 1105.
Well, original Godspeed, welcome aboard. He has started a hype train. 5 subs given out. Wow. Love it. Love it. Love it. Thank you. The choo-choo is a-rolling while the E3 is climbing. Correction, E4. Thank you there, Mr. Godspeed. We sure appreciate you on board. 5 gift subs. We appreciate it. Choo-choo. Let's keep this hype train a-going with biddies or more subs gifted out. All right, so getting back in here, we're just about to get above 30,000. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have to track down. We had a Indy race yesterday planned here in St. Louis. I don't know if that got canceled, delayed, or what. Never saw anything unless I got the wrong date. Trying to look it up.
Double 355, Ottawa, altimeter 3003.
3003 or 355?
Yeah, they were forecasting no rain here in St. Louis, and of course, like it has been for quite a while, off and on rain all day long. So, and it looks like it may continue, hopefully not, so that my wife and daughters and granddaughters can have fun in the pool. But there is a blob between us and them. The Hoppy CPDLC, are you looking to log into it, or do you need a password? There, Godspeed. You know what? Well, we have a little bit of a lull for ourselves. Need a password. Okay. Hang on a second.
American 2049 requests 5 minutes to step away.
Hang on a second. Let me get over there.
American 2049, that's approved. Report back.
Report back from
Gotta
American
remember
2049.
where they're at.
Southwest 331, KC Center, you up?
Did you get that, by the way, Godspeed? Should have sent, came to...
Kansas City Center, United 1440 is ready for taxi. KC Center, hello, runway 19 left, taxi via Delta Echo. 100 left to Delta Echo, United 1440.
Yeah, just fill in that page, and then you'll get an email with it. Then you go into the respective Airbus, and you should be able to use it for only your arrival gate or limitedly with controllers who use it. Oh.
Identity United 511 heavy.
Switch into the mock climb. Good deal.
United 511 radar contact 20 miles north of Dodge City at flight level 392. Climb and maintain flight level 400, recycle transponder, squawk 7224.
Climb and maintain flight level 400 and squawk 7224, United 511 heavy.
Okay, and we'll finish out the climb in a mock hold.
Level off.
Oh, I need to... All right, so we are reaching those storms. We're about 17 miles away from Bravo Uniform Mike, and let's see, how far out do we need to be? 37 minus 13. 24 times 3, need to be about 80 miles from DIXEE.
American 2049 is back.
American 2049, welcome back.
Ah, that weather is south of us for the most part. I did not get a flight. Oh, I did get a flight from LCK to Fort Lauderdale with some hot air balloons. Oh, that is cool. I have yet to see hot air balloons other than on the ground at a couple of airports. Look at us flying above, doing some cloud surfing here. We got to figure out 80 miles. Hang on, let's see. You know what? Let's try. That isn't going to work.
Fort Worth offline, radar services terminated.
That is just not going to work. So we'll go to our
Over to Unicom for
charts.
American 2582. Thank you for the services. Have a great day. Thanks, GT. We'll see ya. Country 503, Fort Worth offline, radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see ya.
Okay, so
Rate change approved. Country 503.
26.
Good day. See ya.
All right, so about 45-ish miles from Elstow. Got it. Elstow. What are we at? $90 miles. Okay, so we're getting pretty close. And again, for the DIXEE 3 arrival, looks a little like this. Okay, for those of you that like looking at all the great stuff these charts offer, here's the ATIS for Scott Mid-America Airport. Any special things with the approach, which also serves Cahokia. Airfield is I believe 460, or very close to it. To get to 3-2 right, we go evens.
Airforce 18, KC Center.
KC Center, go ahead.
Airforce 18, just verify your destination airport today.
Destination is off it, but we're going over to Scott Air Force Base for a couple of approaches.
Sim Airforce 18, roger. In the future, just make sure you file each leg of your flight as its own flight plan instead of rolling it all into to one there. You're cleared from your present position to the Scott Air Force Base via direct to DIXEE to join the DIXEE 3 arrival.
I was wondering about that if I should have done 2 flight plans, but we're going to go direct DIXEE for Sim Air Force 18.
Center E1 just departed downtown, full stop Springfield, we're at 2000.
Last aircraft on, say your call sign.
November 331.
I was wondering that when I set this up.
November 331, KC Center, roger, and say your request.
Full stop at Springfield Region.
KC Center, you're at a 1440, holding short 19 left and ready for departure. Native 1440, standby. November 331, verify the airport you're looking for.
So 13 to Evans to Esar to Holt, and we'll shoot a couple
I called it regional.
ILSs to probably missed approaches, because I think when the wheels touch, my radios reset. So we got to keep her airborne.
2136, IDENT, Cessna 172.
Well, dang it.
Number 331, ready to contact 8 miles east of Springfield. Enter a, let's see here, enter a left base runway 20.
Left base 2051.
United 1440, runway, or correction, fly runway heading, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 19 left, clear for takeoff. United 1440.
All right, I saw something here. Okay, it's funny. I've seen hot air balloons.
Number 331, wind 160 at 4, runway 20, cleared to land.
20, cleared to land, 21.
Before birds. Yeah, I haven't seen any birds either. Like I said, I haven't even seen hot air balloons in the air. But Elevatex and Smart Cars matched landing rate at 284. Very cool. Usually those two will match up. It's trying to get them to match up with a couple of other 8-car systems out there. Could be problematic. All right, and then from here, the, oops, that's...
Airport 18, cross DIXEE at 13,000, Scott, altimeter 3003.
All right, DIXEE at 13,000 and got the altimeter for Scott. Sim Air Force 18 Heavy. How far out from DIXEE are we? Oh, hush up there, mister. I think it's one of our daughters here. Calm down.
Southwest 1105, ready to contact lost, 19 or 15 Zulu.
All right, let's cross. All right, so 106. Thank you, sir.
United 1440, ready to contact
And 9, what did we say, 80 out?
Passing 1,800 for 10,000.
United 1440, roger, climb and maintain flight level 330.
So for now, let's put this on hold. Set you to 13.
KC Center, good afternoon, Southwest 562 at St. Louis, spot 3, ready for push.
Southwest 562, KC Center, push your discretion, advise ready for taxi, advise, you have information, Lima.
We have Lima, we'll push, and then we'll call for taxi, Southwest 562.
United 1440, clear direct Napoleon, Alpha November X-ray.
Clear direct Napoleon, United 1440.
All right. Yeah, I had a feeling I needed to file 2 flight plans. I just didn't know how I was going to do that.
Giant 1019, KC Center, you up?
Because I do hear when I used to work at the airport, aircraft pick up their flight plans
Giant 1019,
back.
KC Center, hello, ident.
Here, I'm remiss. Hang on. See? Cloud surfing. Just a little skittish, trying to make it look like an E4 out there. There is a file up there that would allow you to put the different pieces that are missing onto this plane to look like a flying command post. Some call it Doomsday. No, flying command post is really what it is.
KC Center, this is 1, Alpha Bravo, DA.
November 33, or correction, November 331, roger, taxi RMP November.
November, yeah.
All right. One last check down here. All right, we're going to start our descent. At KC Center, just to let you know, Sim Air Force 18, we're beginning our descent 13,000 at DIXEE.
Roger. Giant 1019, ready to contact 60 miles north southwest of Liberal at flight level 310. Welcome.
Okay, there we go. See what I mean? How it's nice? A couple of them don't have the numbers on there to help you out. Then you can fine tune looking at your gauge, your vertical speed. And we're in Mach hold at the moment, or Mach speed, I should say. We'll switch at about, hang on a second.
Okay, 1019, clear it to Brickyard, Victor Hotel Papa.
300, we'll put her in indicated. Work our way down.
American 1578, contact Chicago Center on 134.87.
Well, 34.87 for American 1578, see ya.
Yeah.
Kansas City Center, Pacific 7260 Heavy, flight level 380.
Pacific 7260, KC Center, welcome.
KC Center, Southwest 562, ready for taxi with Lima.
Southwest 562, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie, cross runway 6.
12 right via Charlie, cross runway 6, Southwest 562.
Well, we do have some blips showing up. Okay. The old school here, folks. Although I think most 7.4s had a radar in the middle.
KC Center, welcome.
But, hey, we're in hyperspace. Whoa. Chewie, take us out of hyperspace. All right. Let me do some finagling. We're looking at 111. I think that rain is going to come over us. Doggone it. And Kansas City Center, Sim Air Force 18 Heavy. Thanks for the weather.
Roger. 9511 Albuquerque offline. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approvals. Yeah.
Frequency change approved. United 511 Heavy. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
3003. Got a ways to go for that. However, we do need to be doing a couple things. Actually, we're going to hold the reserve tanks till we descend off it.
Of the tops, flight level 280. I haven't had a report in about 45 minutes. Advise if you need a course deviation.
Okay, well, we're fine right now, American 349.
Roger.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking signs. On. Anti-ice. Off. Exterior lights. Check. Outer brakes. Radio INS switches. Radio. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Brake pressure. check. Altimeters. 1013, set and cross check. Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs. Set and cross check. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check.
Kansas.
Approach checklist completed.
Okay. One more look here at the weather. Where are you? VFR 010 at 7, 10 miles, few clouds, looking good. No, nothing bad at Mid-America, just 300 tree.
Kansas City Center, November 27 Alpha Mike is a Cessna Chancellor at 17,500. We are 28 miles to the west of the Hayes VOR, looking for flight following over to Wichita today. Number 27 Alpha Mike, KC Center. Squawk 2566 ident. 2566, 27 Alpha Mike. Number 27 Alpha Mike, ready to contact 26 miles east of Hayes, and you missed it. Say your aircraft type and equipment suffix. Yeah, no problem. We're a slant, we're Chancellor 414 and we're slant golf. Number 27 Alpha Mike, roger, thanks.
KC Center, Southwest 562, short of 12 right, ready to go.
Southwest 562, RNF Funky, you're only 12 right, clear for takeoff.
RNF Funky, 12 right, clear for takeoff, Southwest 562.
All right, there's the Missouri River, which will take us part of the way there.
Chancellor 27 Alpha Mike, Hayes altimeter 3005. 3005, 27 Alpha Mike. Noble 355, descendant pilot's discretion, maintain 5,000. I'll have this line altimeter in just a second.
Alright, descend, maintain 5,000, pilot's discretion, Noble 355.
Noble 355, Salina altimeter 3004.
04355.
Continue, 51 at the ground at Springfield Limited, IFR as well.
Last aircraft calling, say your call sign.
November 331.
Number 331, clear time requested, Mike. November 331, you're clear to the Northwest Arkansas Airport. Be ready to vector riser. Then I have filed, maintain 4000, departure this frequency, squawk 6007.
Okay, we're clear via the riser, maintain 4000, departure frequency with you, spark 6007-221.
Number 331, read back correct. Altimeter 3004, runway 20, advise ready for taxi.
3004.
Level off.
Southwest 562, ready to contact, say altitude.
Passing 13,000 via 562.
Southwest 562, verify your altitude.
Passing 17,000 of Southwest 562.
Verify you're climbing out of 17,000 feet.
Yeah, 1,700, sorry. Southwest 562.
Southwest 562, roger that, checks. Climb and maintain flight level 290.
290, Southwest 562.
American 2049, contact Memphis Center 132.55.
32.55, American 2049.
Southwest 562, clear direct NATCA.
Direct NATCA 562.
Rex Air 115, Minneapolis offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approvals, yeah.
Frequency change approved, Rex Air 115, bye-bye.
Sim Air Force 18 Heavy, advise you have the weather and NOTAMs for Scott Air Force Base, and say your approach request. Sim Air Force 18 Heavy, roger. Expect ILS runway 32 right approach. Fly your present heading, descend and maintain 7,000 vector to final. Sim Air Force 18, fly your present heading. Southwest 1048, Denver offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, we'll see ya.
Alright, we're on our own. Thanks for your help, Southwest 1048.
My bad there, Simply Breakston. I accidentally muted my mic. My apologies. All right, let's get this beast slowing down.
Sim Air Force 18, how will this approach terminate?
Most likely missed approach, and then we'll continue on that way. I don't have to reset a lot.
Roger.
Of course, as with all pilots, my luck, they'll touch down.
Roger, that's no problem.
$10,000.
Okay, let's see where we are on this. Okay, headed to ESAR. All right, are we all set here? And I will tell most people once, sometimes some of the calls to go around, you may actually touch the runway, and you got to keep going. You can't just land because you touched the runway. Okay, we're
1,000 level off.
let's get those speed brakes in. Altitude select is on, which I forgot in the descent to 13.
KC Center, United 1440, request about 5 to 7 minutes in the cockpit.
Native 1440 approved for 4 minutes.
Roger.
All right, let's get a quick gander here. We said, what was the temperature? 27 here. Wow. Okay. Okay, the Mississippi River stares us down. Then the fun part, getting set up for the vectors to 3-2 right. Even though technically, since it's going to be a missed approach, could go 3-2 left, but just in case, we have to actually put her down on the runway. It's best to have a lot of runway. Okay, 7,000, make sure we're 30-3. 30-3 on both. All right, we're going to try this. We're going to see, like I said, we failed miserably doing this off. Well, we were on VATSIM, but no controller with the C40 from
Air Force 18, descend to maintain 5,000.
out of 7,000 for 5,000, Sim Air Force 18 heavy. Okay, altitude select on, going down. Probably would have learned this back then, not to put both flight plans in one.
Pacific 1192, KC Center. Hello, you're cleared to Houston via the Bosco 1 departure. And then as filed, maintain 5,000, expect flight level 210, 10 minutes after departure. Departure this frequency, squawk 7417.
Pacific 1192, copy clear on the Bosco 1 to 5,000, we'll squawk 7417.
Pacific 1192, read back correct. Expect runway 17 right for departure, advise ready for taxi.
17 right, we'll call for taxi 1192.
Who put these
Center
clouds?
Southwest 562, can we amend for flight level 250?
Somebody push those clouds away.
Climb and maintain flight level 250.
250 Southwest 562.
American 2343, KC Center, you up? Southwest 2208, KC Center, you up?
Flaps 5.
All right, here we go. Two of them. Let's see if we can see the airport.
Holding Alpha.
No, I can't.
Number 331, runway 20, taxi via November.
20 November 51.
All right, we are now vectors. And we'll just do one. ECNOC will be 2,400 or so feet. Okay. Then my favorite, GUI. I love that one. It's also, actually, no, ECNOC looks like the missed approach fix for today.
Kansas City Center, Southwest 2208, with you at flight level 26,000.
Southwest 2208, KC Center, ident.
Kansas City Center, American 2343, flight level 370.
American 2343, KC Center, hello, ident. American 2343 to contact 63 miles northeast of Liberal at flight level 2, or correction, at flight level 370, welcome. Thanks.
Okay, that's probably the Kaskaskia.
Kansas City Center, November 27 Mike, if we can put in the request for the ILS practice approach for 19er left from Wichita, that'd be great. Number 27 Alpha Mike Roger, you can expect that Wichita altimeter 3003. Advise you have information Bravo. We have information Bravo 3003, 27 Mike. Southwest 2208, ready to contact 40 miles north of 5 Grove. Climb and maintain flight level 320, welcome.
Okay, so we've had a great flight so far over here to Scott with one minor screw up on my part. I should have filed separately.
Southwest 562, contact Chicago Center on 134.87, we'll see ya.
We'll see ya, Southwest 562.
Kansas City, North 51, ready to go 20.
Number 331, wind 160 at 4, fly runway heading, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 20, clear for takeoff 51.
Okay, we have the, looks like the frequency tuned in.
Native 1440, welcome back. Air Force 18, turn left heading 060.
Left turn 060, Sim Air Force 18.
Sim Air Force 18, descend to maintain 3,000.
Out of 5,000 for 3,000, Sim Air Force 18.
advise you of the weather and NOTAMs for Salina, say approach request.
I've got METAR for Salina, looking for ILS 35.
Noble 355, Roger, you can expect that.
Expect ILS 35, Noble 355.
Altitude select is still on. Coming into the altitude here in a minute.
Pacific 7260, contact Memphis Center on 132.55.
13255, 7260, we'll see you next time.
Okay, altitude select still on, so we're not going to blow through.
Airport 18, 6 miles from Egg Dock, turn left heading 350, descend and maintain 2,400 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS, runway 32 right approach.
Left turn 350 down to 2400, cleared for the ILS 32 right, Sim Air Force 18.
Localizer alive. Flaps 10.
Sim Air Force 18, the wind 010 at 7, runway 32 right, clear for the option, on the go, turn right, heading 350, climb and maintain 5,000, and you can expect your IFR clearance to Keeler Oscar Foxtrot Foxtrot.
All right, cleared for the approach 32 right option, cleared for the option, my bad. On the go 350 heading 5,000 initially, and we'll get our clearance on the go. Okay, let's slow the bird up.
Kansas City Center, United
You're
2105 on the ground in St. Louis, looking for PDC.
They did 2105 KC Center, hello, on request, am I?
Okay, 350.
Gears down, green light. Flaps 30.
Oh, I thought I did that. I thought I pushed the button, and I didn't.
ILS approach, Noble 355.
Noble 355, can you accept the ILS runway 35 from Flory?
Noble 355, yeah, I have it plugged in Flory out to Ulicu, and then back to Flory for the direct in.
Noble 355, roger, clear direct Flory, cross Flory at or above 4,000, cleared ILS runway 35 approach, report the procedure during inbound.
Roger, direct Flory at or below 4,000, report the procedure as I go, 355.
Noble 355, it's at or above 4,000, and just to report the procedure turn inbound.
Roger, report procedure inbound at or above 4,000, 355.
Number 27 Alpha Mike, cross the Wichita Vortac at or above 4,000, cleared ILS runway 19 or left approach. No separation services provided, report the procedure turn inbound.
Approaching minimums.
Correction, last aircraft following the voice, just carrier signal.
Sorry about that, G7 Alpha Mike's going to be crossing Wichita at or above 4,000 and will report the procedure turn inbound. G7 Alpha Mike.
Roger.
Flaps 10.
Don't sink. Too low gear. Too low gear.
Kansas City Pacific Airways 11-9er 2, ready to
Gears
taxi
up.
17 right.
Pacific 1192, runway 17 right, taxi via Charlie, cross runway 17 left.
Charlie crossing left, 11 right 2.
Flaps 1.
Kansas City Center, Sim Air Force 18 on the go per instructions.
Sim Air Force 18, KC, center to contact. So I maintain 5,000 and I have your clearance to the Offutt Air Force Base. Advise ready to copy.
Ready to copy, Sim Air Force 18.
Sim Air Force 18, you're cleared to the Offutt Air Force Base. The radar vectors Mackin, direct to MARWI, that's Mike Alpha Romeo Whiskey India to join the MARWI 4 arrival.
Okay, Sim Air Force 18, vectors to Macon, then MARWI 4 arrival, 5,000 feet initially.
Sim Air Force 18, read back correct. And what would you like your cruise altitude to be today?
Flight level 360 should be fine.
Sim Air Force 18, roger. Climb and maintain flight level 360, and when able, clear direct Mackin.
When able, direct Mackin, Sim Air Force 18, out of 3600 for flight level 360. I'll get on that direct here in a minute. Let's... This is when you would love to have that first officer.
United 1440, contact Memphis Center on 132.55.
Whew, that's a lot to do, folks. Wow. Okay, so we shot the missed approach at Scott, and actually it was actually well earned. We were kind of off.
18, turn right heading 300 when able, clear direct Mackin.
Okay, we're turning to 300 direct Mackin, Sim Air Force 18. Thought we were. Let me take a look at my charts. Where are we? Okay. Hang on, let's try. Oh, I see what we did. Okay, pull that up. 12.9. I think I put it in the wrong. Let's try this. Well, okay, try it. MCM, right? Nope, not letting us. Dang it.
10,000.
Sim Air Force 18, let's do this. Clear it to MARWI.
Okay, we'll go direct MARWI, Sim Air Force 18.
Kansas Center, November, Fort Sierra, level at 290.
I was supposed to put it here and I put it up top, which canceled it.
KC Center, hello.
Okay, so we're going to go direct MARWI. Now let's go here.
Number 48 Mike Sierra, clear at Springfield Airport.
Springfield, MX here.
Okay, you're going the wrong way, airplane. Let's go this way.
KC Center, United 2105 on the ground, St. Louis. With information, Lima ready to taxi to 12 right.
United 2105, runway 12, you're correct in KC Center, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie, cross runway 6.
Flaps up.
Taxi via Charlie, cross runway 6. 12 right, 2105. Center 355, beginning procedural turn.
Level 355, roger, runway 35, cleared to land.
35, cleared to land, level 355.
Pacific 1192, you ready to go?
1192 is holding short 17 right, ready.
Pacific 1192, wind 130 at 5, fly runway heading, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading,
runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Pacific 1192, the good step down you there, fly runway heading, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway heading, 1192.
Yeah, the good thing is I got the flaps to 1 and looking at it a couple times, realized they were at flaps 1, not 0. So we came close to overspeeding and breaking the flaps again. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't take it. Oh well.
Delta 404, meeting offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved.
Order dockside, Delta 404, have a good day. Thanks for being on. See you.
You too, we'll see you.
Again, a reason why I try to keep this thing lined up. Just for reasons like that. Okay, speaking of reasons. Okay, I'm going to check something here. Surprised Macon isn't coming up yet. Is that just a DME? It is. That's why. Doggone it.
Number 48 Mike Sierra, cross 40 miles east of Springfield at 16,000. Springfield altimeter 3004.
16,000, Mike Sierra.
All right, let's go to the MARWI. No, we don't have any altitude restrictions at MARWI. Okay, cool. All right, well, we've pretty much got a lot of practice to do.
United 2105.
For those wanting to do what I just did, fly to one airport, shoot an approach or two, then continue on separate flight plans. So, which means we're going to have to load 2 different flights in. And that's where we're having the trouble. A lot learned. That's what these flights are. It's better than being in the real plane and going, oh crap. Well, let's get on climb.
Chancellor 27 Alpha Mike's inbound. Chancellor 27 Alpha Mike, roger. How will this approach terminate? We're going to be landing here and going over to the Cessna Service Center for 27 Alpha Mike. Number 27 Alpha Mike, roger. Wind variable at 5, runway 19 left, clear to land. 19 left, clear to land. Chancellor 27 Alpha Mike.
So that's the big takeaway, and I'm not sure why Macon we couldn't go direct to, but we for some reason could.
70, roger, roger.
Still not pulling it in.
Typical 1192, clear direct to Alchem.
Clear to Alchem, roger.
A little nasty up ahead, but I don't see anything on radar except big scary clouds up ahead.
KC Center, United 2105 is airborne passing 2000 for 5000.
That is
Maybe 2105, ready to contact. Climb and maintain flight level 340.
Climb and maintain flight level 340, United 2105.
Kansas City Center, United 2217, checking in 35 miles east of the Hill City VOR.
Mayday 2217, KC Center, ready to contact. Decision is reported. Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, what's this out here? Effective 13. Wonder what's going on. Out back, is that Council Bluffs? Kind of south and east of Epley. Is that a... I don't know what that is. We should stay away from it, but still, I was just kind of curious what the TFR is for. All right, let's see. All right, our airspeed is getting close to where we can change to Mach climb. Let me just make sure all my pressures are right.
Pacific 1192, Fort Worth Center offline. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see ya.
Looking at our chief switching. Thanks for your help. Good day.
Noble 355, welcome to Salina. Right turn off the runway, taxi to the ramp via Alpha. We'll see ya.
Right turn off the runway, taxi via Alpha. Noble 355, use the help.
Southwest 2208, ready to contact lost 2007 Zulu in 3/4.
To level off.
All right, we'll have to get our clearance into Offutt. Currently, the ILS will take us down to 4,000, but MARWI doesn't have any restrictions, so we'll get that here shortly. Here, let me pull this on real quick. And put that about right there to help me out. Airspeed, okay. Now, let's plan over here for Offutt. 11,700 foot runway.
G7 off Mike's clear, runway 199er left on Mike 6.
1,000 feet.
Number 27 Alpha Mike, welcome to Wichita, and safe parking.
We're going over here to the Cessna Service Center. It's just going to be a left turn on Mike and then a right turn on Mike 4.
Number 27 Alpha Mike, roger, taxi to the ramp, yeah, Mike, we'll see ya.
Mike to the ramp, we'll see ya, 27 Alpha Mike.
Let's go with medium.
Number 48 Mike Sierra, area of light to extreme precipitation, 12 o'clock, 30 miles. Area extends 4-5 miles along your rate of flight, moving eastbound, tops last reported at flight level 280. Advise if you need a course deviation.
Roger, Max Sierra, we should be good for now.
So about 100 miles out, are we pulling it in yet? No. I got 16.3, right? Okay, well, we'll have to fix all this up here with a 117. 127. Whoa, there we go.
November 48 Mike Sierra, as of 1952 Zulu. Springfield wind 200 at 3, 10-mile visibility, sky conditions, ceiling 1,100 broken, 1,700 broken, 8,500 overcast. Temperature 23, dew point 21, the altimeter 3003. You can expect the ILS runway 20 approach.
I expect the ILS 20 Max here. This is a AMX here. I'm not seeing an ILS for 20. Do you mean the RNAV?
Yep, I misspoke. Remember, 400 Mike's here. You can expect the RNAV runway 20 approach from Inyo.
No worries, I'll accept the RNAV from the Inyo for AMX here.
November 48 Mike Sierra, clear direct in, yeah.
Direct in, U4 Mike Sierra.
All right, I think we finally got things squared away and direct for sure MARWI, even though we were within a degree or two. Although a degree or two over time can be way off course. So I think we're working this out now. 120 out of there. Yeah, it doesn't give altitudes at all. We'll find out. And for those curious going, I know Offutt Air Force Base. Why can't I place it? Strategic Air Command Headquarters. Albeit, they're no longer in business. It is now called Global Strike Command. I think, though, they're based at Barksdale. I'll have to look it up. But, yeah, this was where SAC was based. At one time, they did have Puffs, B-52s. Not today. It's all the RC-135s and these birds. And I think another aircraft, but I'm not certain. When I used to drive a truck back in the 90s, coming into Omaha a couple times, I did see B-52s in the air over it. So my guess, just in and out from Barksdale or Minot. Why not Minot? All right, destination's about 149 or so miles out, according to NavGraph charts. So nice cruise going along. Speaking of, let's get our DH set 250. Okay, we are planned out, ready to go.
November 48 Mike Sierra, cross Inyo at or above 3,000, cleared straight in RNAV runway 20 approach.
Cross Inyo at 3,000 and cleared, thank you for the straight in, RNAV 20 approach, Mike Sierra.
Oh, we could have flown. Yeah. To Offutt's TACAN, which I do have a freak for, but it's just DME. Outbound, and then procedure turn back inbound. I'd rather just do a direct approach.
Air Force 18, descend and maintain flight level 320.
Sim Air Force 18 out of flight level 360 for 320. Altitude select on. And really, folks, the big thing with this plane, make sure in your descents you see altitude select in front of you. If not, double check the switch by the altitude select button and make sure it's green. That's where we screwed up coming into Mid-America. We didn't set the altitude select down from hold, and we ended up blowing through 13. Several weeks ago, we did the same thing inbound to San Francisco. They gave us a great shortcut, great cut for the approach, except we ended up about 1,000 feet above the water because we didn't check the selects. Always make sure you check that in this plane. It will bite you if you don't. Trying to think if I ever got low enough to hear the GPWS go off. My luck, probably.
To level off.
Nice look at the clouds here in X-Plane 12. Really, Laminar has been doing amazing stuff here. They still got a lot of work. They admit to it in their forums, but boy, they've done a great job with 2.0. All right. All right, we're getting to 300 knots indicated. All right, let's take a look at our descent checks. Go ahead and get those tanks warmed up real quick before we make the descent, just in case.
United 2105, Memphis offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, LCS.
Over advisory, have a good day. United 2105.
You too, LCS. American 1660, Casey Center, you up?
"90 miles out of Omaha's VOR.
United 2217, Casey Center.
Hey, stepping away for 5.
That's approved, report back. Sim Air Force 18, thanks for flying through, we appreciate it. Minneapolis offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, LCS.
All right, Sim Air Force 18, thanks for putting up with us, and you have a great day. We're over to Unicom.
You too, we'll see you next time.
All right, now we need to know what the heck is going to be our CTAF 23-7. I thought this was their territory. Huh. Learned a couple things today. I thought this was under KC. Something tells me right on the border. Yep, pretty close to the borderline. Ah, okay. That's, well, no, actually, it's pretty decently in there. Okay. All right, let's go ahead, head on down to 16,000. All right, we're making our descent now. Get below transition, then we'll turn the fuel heat off and begin setting up 80 miles from Omaha. Okay, so we're looking at about 132. We'll bring her in at 142. Everything else looked good weather-wise. 32, 30, 00, wind to 180, 10. So the weather looks good. Everything else looks good. All right, I hope y'all have enjoyed. We're not too far out of our ultimate destination. Maybe we'll do once around the pattern. We'll see how badly we fly this one. But again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike today. It's been a fun day, a lot of learning on my part still. About 62 miles inside Minneapolis. Yeah, I, for some reason, thought this would stay in Kansas City. See, that's what I always get for thinking. All right, so we're going to come off on a vector. Let's see, what's vector going to be for Victor? 280. All right, so we got that set up when we get to MARWI, and then probably plan to stay out of the area about 20 miles to swing it around. Believe me, this plane needs needs real estate, so. All right, we're in the 20s. Yeah, a lot learned today. A lot learned what I'll do next time if I try something like this again. This was actually kind of fun. Would have been better if I hung around a little bit at Mid-America. Shot a approach or two, but time's sake for my family, it's probably best I got one in and then head up here. Back to where the plane is based.
What's up?
What's up? Thanks for the gift sub there, sir. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you also that I added you on Elevate text.
Oh, I did see something you said that. I didn't look up top for friends.
So hopefully I got the right person.
I don't know. I just saw Duluth's. How come? Ah, there you are. Boom. Man, I have 4 friends now over here. All right, but yeah, that was cool. You kicked off a hype train.
Well, I mean, you put out good content.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, man. I sure do. All right, hang on a second. Let's start dumping the reserve tanks in.
It almost makes me want to stream again.
Well, you ought to be, man.
I know I should be, but I don't know.
Oh, I get it. It took a lot for me to finally pull the trigger 5 years ago.
I mean, I got the time and the internet, but I got the computer to back it up.
There you go. That's all you need. And a good whatever you're going to do with it.
But a lot of people today enjoy more than people on VATSIM than they do just people flying. So, I mean, I could always record my flights, I guess, but...
Well, one of the streamers that helped pushed me across the finish line, Captain Mac, he pretty much, that's what he did, is he would record, and but he would also edit, so they were about an hour-ish in length. And he flew some long flights, but he also flew some short flights. But yeah, he helped a lot in getting me to finally do it. Even though he probably doesn't know.
I don't know if I have the patience for editing.
Well, I just don't know what software to use, so, or even where to begin. So that's why the YouTube videos are as long as the video we fly. Now we're going to come on down to 9,000.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna do a flight from where did I leave off today? Somewhere in Florida.
Fort Lauderdale, I saw you say somewhere.
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale to Canada.
To Canada? Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Toronto?
I'm not entirely for sure. Hold on, let me look at my bids.
I think you need to go to Yellowknife. That's about a 6-7 hour flight. And do it in a DC-3. Actually, I don't even know if a DC-3 could make it that far. It might. I'm not certain, though. All right, let's get 3,000 in the altimeter.
Lester B. Pierce International.
That is Toronto.
Yeah.
Good airport, fun airport. Usually if you're online with VATSIM, a lot of times they're online with something.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's either center or all the way down to the ground. I mean, you can pretty well bank on it if you go VATSIM.
Did you like that laugh?
Yeah, I did. I take it you don't want to fly on VATSIM.
All right.
Oh, all right. So we're on our vector 280 descending.
I think a lot of it just has to do with like, because I'm not really that familiar yet with the McDo. Like I can try to fix my, mistakes, but it doesn't work all the time. And I know like with VATSIM, they could pull like some 180 on me.
Not too bad.
Be like, hey, instead of this runway, land on the other runway.
Now that they could do. Oh,
like,
sorry for the coughing. Oh, that they could do. So, the good thing though with like Toronto or the big airports, if you're out of country, there's usually an ATIS for you to pick up on to catch what they might do to you.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been like literally like starting my flights like in the first half, like of the McDo.
Yeah.
Of like my destination, or like I start out with my where I'm leaving from, And then like mid-flight, I worry about, you know, setting up next, you know, landing waypoints and all that. Which is probably bad, but I don't know. I'm kind of preparing myself for VATSIM a little bit because I will eventually get on it.
Well, with the Airbuses, it is always a pretty good policy to try to, on the ground, wherever you are, get set up for a landing. Not to say weather changes en route.
Yeah.
But most of, even with the 737, trying to get that landing set up is pretty important. This flight, well, you saw I made a whole bunch of mistakes. One, I should have filed a separate flight plan for each place. Plus, we had troubles on the approach and go around out of Mid-America and getting to this place. So they happen. And the good thing is you're not hurting anyone on VATSIM. Just your pride. In the real world, it becomes a little different. Like right now, I'm trying to figure out how to put this thing into the right wind to make my turn here to go downwind, because this plane, like I said earlier, needs real estate. Oh, and it needs to start really slowing down.
$10,000. 1,000 to level off.
Okay, let's go to go around. And how far from the VOR are we? 19. Oh, 14 miles from the localizer. Okay. All right, let's get those spoilers down. Let's get those spoilers down. But yeah, I look forward to seeing you online. All right, how far out now?
I just don't like getting on there on busy, like really, really busy days, and I know the weekends are always busy.
Oh, you could have came into Kansas City. He'd have helped you a lot. He had a pretty light scope, it sounded like. And actually, Kansas City Center, I mean, gets busy on a rare occasion, but that's about normal for him. All right, so 127 would be... .306. All right, we're just kind of winging it now, folks. We're just kind of easing the bird down into the approach. We're about 16 miles from the airport, probably in that general direction, which probably will not see.
I thought it was pretty cool.
1,000 to level off.
Okay, setting for 6,000. We're leveling off, slowing down, and we'll be getting ready to make the turn direct Jambo here in a minute, or Jammo, I should say. Give you all a quick look at the approach we're doing. We got a little bit of time. There's Offutt. Here's where we are, and that river is right there. Currently showing 20 miles from the airport. Here's our approach. Nope, that's Mid-America. There we go. So we're going to fly up here to Jammo, be at 4,000 feet, head in, and fly it in. Currently looking at a CTAF or tower frequency 123.7. Got 11.7 put into the VOR1 with approach course of 127, 2,800 feet by Dote, and missed approach 250. So pretty good approach. 2 minutes from Dote to the missed approach point. Pappy should be on the right side, 3,000 on the climb out. And we need 250 or 300 on the METAR higher or above for minimums, and a little, whoa. Not sure what this is reading. R50. Am I on it? I don't know what this is trying to say. Huh. A mile? Is that what we're trying to say? Visibility 1 mile? Huh. Interesting. I've never seen it reported that way. All right, let's make our turn to 030. And let's come on down. Nice and easy. All right, we're cleared for the approach. ILS 13 cleared for the option. All right, let's get charts off here. All right. Okay, we're just about there. Okay, we're coming into 4,000. All right, let's do it.
Approach checklist, please. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking signs. On. Anti-ice. Off. Exterior lights. Check. Outer brakes. Medium. Radio INS switches. Radio. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Brake pressure. Check. Altimeters. 1016 set and cross check. Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs. Set and cross check. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Flaps 1. Flaps 5.
All right, we're getting slowed up and ready to get the landing gear out, and let's go flaps.
Flaps 10.
All right, buckle up. Here we go, folks. Getting ready to make the approach.
Localizer alive.
All right, we're coming around onto the localizer. Okay, 18 miles out.
Gear down. Flaps 20.
Okay, I think
Gears
I got the
down, green
runway
light.
in sight. Offutt Air Force Base, common traffic, Sim Air Force 18 Heavy, approximately 13 miles out, Jambo. Final approach fix, inbound 13 option.
Is it exclamation point landing or predict?
Exclamation predict.
Then go off.
That might be. No, it didn't. Oh, don't put feet MP on it, just put numbers. So exclamation mark predict space negative numbers. All right. I think I am going to fly the speed half.
Flaps 25.
Gonna miss the landing. I see how you are.
Landing checklist. Gear. Down and check. Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 25. Spoilers. Armed. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid. Check. Altimeters. 1016. Set and cross-check. Landing checklist completed.
Flaps 30.
All right. And Offutt area traffic, Sim Air Force 18, about 5 mile final for runway 13 option.
Hopefully this goes really good because I picked the A321 for this flight and not an A320.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think this is a Neo upgrade. Because I'm pretty sure I got that upgrade for the A321.
$1,000.
Offutt traffic, Sim Air Force 18, 3 mile final, 13 option. You know, I haven't been here in a long time. Wonder if they've changed the airport any.
500.
Don't know why they would. This is pretty obscure.
Sink
Approaching
rate.
minimums.
Sink rate.
Minimums.
Sink rate.
Offutt area traffic, Sim Air Force 18, heavy on the go. We'll try it again.
It's like, what are you trying to prove?
Flaps
They
20.
could land at a very
Gear up.
short distance.
Oh, I could have probably landed it, but why?
Definitely probably would have blown a tire.
Ah.
Gears up. Flaps 10. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
Okay, let's try this again. And Offutt area traffic, Sim Air Force 18 heavy. Go around, we'll come back around, try it again. All right. Hopefully we can get reset up here pretty quick. There's the base. All right, well, we're going to hang at about here and then head for Jammo, which is actually what, 13? Jammo? Yeah, 13. Okay. All right, that would be a 13-mile arc.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10. Gear down. Gears down, green light. Flaps 20.
runway in sight. All right, off at Air Force Base, common traffic, Sim Air Force 18, 13-mile final, runway 13, trying it again.
Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Okay, gears down, flaps, check that, gear down, green. Flaps 30, spoilers armed, ignition, flight start, anti-skids checked, and pressure set. Here we go. Cleared to land. All right, lined up, cleared to land, Sim Air Force 18. And Offutt area traffic, Sim Air Force 18, about a 7-mile final, 13 full stop.
$1,000.
Don't think.
$500. Approaching minimums.
Glide
Landing.
slope.
Minimums.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
50,
Pull
40,
up.
30, 20, 10. Check reverse. Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse. $60 knots.
It looks like Godspeed 1 320 for the guests and 534. I disagree, but that's Sim Toolkit. We'll take a look at how the airline got us. And off at area traffic, Sim Air Force 18, off runway 13 to parking.
Flaps up. After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Do you know, do you by any chance know, Mike, what,
Off.
explain time they go
Engine and wing anti-ice.
What goes
Off.
by?
Radar and transponder.
Stand by.
by? Sorry,
Flaps.
explain,
Up.
like, the time.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7
Pretty
units.
much you set it in there
Outflow
by
valve.
what your
Open. Pressurization mode selector. Let's see. Manual.
time zone
Off cargo
is.
heat.
Like for me, it's
Off.
+5 right
APU.
now, but you got to add
Check.
60 minutes.
Checklist completed.
So, like, on the auto gate thing, or the, whatever that thing's called, it says 2113.
Hang on, let me
I
get
don't
into
know.
let me get into the blocks here and I'll kind of show you. You're talking the time that comes up when you set it. We're trying to set it.
Yes.
Let me get over here to my parking spot. Are you having to fly by what the time really reads, or is that just something you want to do?
I mean, when I do these assembly flights, I pretty much fly like what the time is.
Real world or?
Yeah, real world.
Okay. One thing you could do if you're on the time screen right now, click real world time. But as you can tell, I'm almost in my spot. Okay. All right, so we got the APU. Hang on, we're checking here. APU up and running. Okay. Get over here, set my chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Okay, and we'll get the rest of the engines now. All right, we're shut down here. Let me take a look at this checklist real quick. Brakes parked, INS to align. All right, let's start running this, and then we'll be done with the. I said start.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
I'll bet you I got it.
Brakes.
Dang.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Radar.
Off.
INS. Off. Radio switches. This.
Checklist completed.
All right, welcome. Hang on, I'm going to do one more thing here. Forgot one thing. All right, we're unloading the plane and all that good stuff. All right, let me get some. All right, we got the flight submitted. Real quick on what we actually got out of this. I hit the wrong switch. Hang on. There we go. PIREP. Real quick, we landed at 473 feet a minute. So according to them, all right. So that was pretty good. Just like loading, when we're empty, they close the cargo doors. You'll have to close the main door when you're ready. But anyway, we're on the ground here. Now, to your question there, Mr. Godspeed. So you're up here, you're clicking time of day. Go to customize. Now, I'm set for it to be real world time and date. You see how you got a check mark here? You may have to add 60 minutes to this to make it look right. Did I lose him?
I'm still here. Okay, give me a second. Flight. Okay, customized time of day. Like I got it checked. Says track real world date.
Okay,
time.
so you're good. Add 60 if it's not your time, because you're in the same time as Fort Lauderdale, right? Eastern.
Yes, I'm in Eastern. Yes.
You may have to add 60 for it to be right.
So plus 60 minutes?
Yep. See if that makes your local time look right.
Okay, that looks a lot better.
Okay. Yeah, that's all you had to have done. Sorry it took me a while to get there.
Better pushback didn't work for me. I had to use reversers.
Ooh, power back in Airbus. Outstanding. All right, so the E4 has finally landed. 2 missed approaches, and we're on the ground. One at Scott Air Force Base, one here. Real quick, let's go through the different flight trackers I have. Elevatech we'll start with. And, oh, wrong one. Let's complete the flight first. Ah, I should have shown it. Doggone it. Try to remember that with Sim Toolkit. All right, so here we go. Oh, you can see it here. So you can see we took off here in Wichita, went here. There's our missed approach, and then our working to MARWI, and our missed approach here at Omaha. Overall, we had a 2-hour, 21-minute flight, 472 feet a minute on the landing, 1.2 Gs. Not bad. By the way, this is what the plane looks like. There is, like I said, if you look for it, a file or two you can put into the plane maker to make it look like this. I'm just skittish playing with something that works very nice to make it look like that. All right, let's take a look at Sim Toolkit, because there's a lot we can learn from that here at Omaha at least. Again, you can see our flight out of Wichita. Here's Scott Air Force Base, where we had to kind of zigzag to get on approach. Oh, I'm sorry. Back here is Mid-America. There's our go-around. And then up here to Omaha with a nice go-around. 534, we saw that 147 and 1.3. Completing it. Now we'll get some more data here in a second. Okay, so they're saying I was in the air for, oh my goodness, 2 hours and 23 minutes. We went for runway 13 here in Omaha. We landed 1,100 feet down the runway. I thought we were pretty close to those marks. Those big marks you see, the green dot in between, that's the visual. So when you're on a visual, that's where you're aiming to land. Now, a bunch of factors could come in to push you down or even land short, but as long as you're past the threshold, and in this runway, probably less than 3,000 feet, you're what's called the landing zone. But those big pads, if you watched, you would have seen them on final approach, very clear as day. That's where you try to aim to land on these precision runways. Also, your PAPIs are these 4 boxes right here. Glide slope is right there, all trying to help you get on the mark. All right, so over here you've got more numbers, more things. So we had, looks like our nose might have been down, I'm not certain, or it was up. We'll try and take a look at it. 534, we knew that. 1.3, 1,100 feet down the runway, just 3 feet off the center line. That is what you're supposed to do. So we really had a good, to me, a good landing. Didn't feel that hard, but in a 747, just look at it. You're no, you can't. Hang on. Click. You're 3 stories up in the air. So, yeah, and you're pretty far removed from them in the back. So, but anyway, it was a really fun flight, and I really hope y'all enjoyed. Tomorrow, I haven't decided yet what we're going to fly. I'll try to have that out later tonight. If not, it'll be tomorrow. Right now, to all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day. And that's where I'm headed, to enjoy family. And friends, we'll give the clock here just a couple more seconds to get us out of the break. All right, so there you have it, folks. A great flight. Great happy Father's Day again to everyone that might have been on break and couldn't hear me. Hope you all enjoy. That's where I'm headed. And really do hope you enjoyed today. Godspeed. Thank you so much for joining us with those 5 gift subs. We had some follows today from M. Horwen and Fly Runway Heading. That was our Kansas City center controller. I really appreciate you coming along and following us and teaching and schooling me in what I did wrong, which was, and for all of you, if you're going to try to do one of these flights where you leave one airport, go to another, then go to another, you got to do it in 2 flight plans. You can't file as one. I thought you could, but I was told wrong. So we learned something there. Plus, we had a couple of great go-arounds, and hope you all enjoyed the flight. So for now, Godspeed, and we'll see you tomorrow. Happy Father's Day.